Welcome, welcome. I accidentally started recording. Let's. What day is it today? July 25th? Yeah. Alright. So, yesterday we were working on input things. Uh, we're trying to get the dragging working so that you can pan the camera in the game. And we didn't. Oh, hey, Abradors. Yeah, I'm well, thanks. How are you? A little sick, but it is what it is. Uh, but yeah, we had to work on the library stuff to get uh, mouse moves kind of exposed. Um, but we still haven't figured out why those mouse moves aren't translating into movement. Um, so let's work on that. Everyone says it's Friday. I just need those weeks to be over so I can go on holidays and recharge and then start grinding again. Yeah, I hear you. I need this cold to go away. It was worse last week, but it's reached a point and it's just not gotten better since. But presumably it'll get better. Yeah. So we got logging about what event handling is happening, and we're not seeing logs that we would expect, namely this gonna do a mouse move. So let's look at the test. Let's just log the whole slice of events here and double triple check that we would expect some kind of mouse move event to show up. Okay. So it does have a mouse position of 32. 32. Uh, where do I look for the aggregator type or the dot type? So when you print the gin event, it should. Oh, it should say type. So this is a press on this key. This is a press on the right button. Oh, our motion over the X and Y axis are have a type press instead of a type adjust. Okay, so whenever we tell a key that has been needs to account for being pressed, we clear out the event type of the return value. Um, let the event know which key we're dealing with. If the current press amounts zeroness is not equal to the amount's zeroness, then something is up. If it is, then they're either both zero or they're both not zero. Yada yada yada. Aggregator set press amount. This is the only time when we tell the aggregator about it. It's in this function here that we decide which type of event it is. I've looked at this function, half a dozen, maybe a dozen times, and every time through, it's like, what is this doing? This right here is just deciding what kind of event type we need. So if the amount was zero, that means the current press amount is not zero, so we release. Otherwise, it was a press because amount was not zero, but the current press amount is. Why is this the first check? Why not? We're going to do a refactor in glop because I never want to see this code again. So I'm going to remove it by way of rewriting it. Okay, so if amount is zero, maybe release. If we wrote this as a standalone function, it would only need to return the type, see the current press amount and the amount. So let's write it like that. Func decide event type cur press amount new press amount. They're both float 6.4s because reasons. And we're going to return an aggregator type. Okay. So if new press amount is 0, if cur press amount wasn't 0, then return aggregator release. So if the new amount is 0 and the old amount is 0, it should be a just, right? What is an aggregator exactly in this context? So the way their input is structured is that you do all of the event processing for a certain frame, and then you that's what's a good way to explain it? I guess it's like the whole game is just like handle a frame, draw a frame, handle a frame, draw a frame, handle a frame, draw a frame, right? And this handle a frame basically slurps up any input that has happened since the last frame was presented, and it collects it as these like input events, and it stores the information in a plethora of places, unfortunately. One of the places is this aggregator that lets you kind of track what happened last frame and what is currently being aggregated this frame. And that's what I believe that's what the aggregator is about. Hey, Plusser, welcome back. Um, so the real thing to think about is an aggregator is more or less this thing. It's got two instances of a struct called key stats. Whoops. Um, so it's how many times was the key pressed, how many times was it released. This is like imagine you had like an analog control where you could tilt your stick forward by half or by a quarter or by 3/8 or something, right? So press amount would track like how much it is. For like a keyboard key press is either one, uh, you get a one when you get a press and a zero when you get a release. The sum is not a sum; it's an integral with respect to time, and the average is I whatever. But basically, the aggregator is this ball of data that knows what happened last frame and knows what happens kind of this frame. Yeah, I don't know. It looks very bug prone. Yep, very sensible code. Yeah, it could break everywhere. Exactly. Plusser says, I somewhat refactored the UI and control code for my text editor. Want to see? Yeah, that'd be great. If you don't have permission to post a link, I need to work on that. Uh, otherwise, are you on Discord? You can send it to me on Discord. Um, yay, links. Ooh, showcase. Very nice, very nice. I'm down to add your Discord if you ever want to add me. Yeah. Let me drop a link for that. I don't know how to Discord because I'm an old man. But yeah, this editor is this. What am I looking at? I didn't realize you had like your whole own text editor. Here's a link to my Discord. Everything's from scratch. It's my second try at making one. Oh, sorry, Abradors. If you didn't want to join uh, the channel or the server, I can send you my Discord ID as well, so that you don't have to join a channel, but you can still at me, send direct messages or whatever. Uh, it might take me a minute to figure out how to do that, because I'm really good at technology or whatever. I hear a Discord message. Hello, welcome to Discord. I wonder. Anyways, Discord's a thing. I joined. It's okay. By the way, that's my GigaChad mugshot. I remember when I was in high school, I had to get a passport photo because I was going to Ireland, and I looked like a Russian terrorist in my my passport photo. It was like, why would anyone want to let this person into their country? They look like they're ready to overthrow the government. But luckily they let me in, so. I got zero UI hierarchy logic. I have just draw pixel and draw rectangle. Dang, everything from scratch. Second try at making one. We all look like terrorists. Huh. I mean, the kind of sinister reading of that is like, doesn't matter who you are. If somebody's terrorist or whatever, right? Like everybody's got baddies they got to worry about. But I got to worry about bad code, and so this code is no longer going to terrorize us once we pick it apart this time. But yeah, so every event that comes out of the library has like an event type, like was the key pressed, was it released, or I guess adjust, which is, this is a one of those kind of like analog devices, not just a 0 or 1, but some percentage, and how much are we adjusting by. If you went from 1/4 stick to 3/4 stick, it would be an adjust, I guess. And also the keys are overloaded to handle mouse events because yeah, I don't want to redo the whole thing, but I do want what we have to actually work. So if the new press amount is 0 and the current press amount, which is like this frame's press amount, is not 0, then is it cur or frame that we should be checking? No, it's cur. This gets called during this like handle all the input. So we're like incorporating more and more event data into the what happened with this key. So if there's a native event that's saying this key should now be at 0 press amount, but it wasn't at 0 the last we checked, then it's been released. Yeah. Um, that makes sense. So the other case is if the current press amount was 0 and it's still 0, that means we would go to the else branch, right? If current press amount is 0, well, I guess this amount is 0 and current press amount is 0, would be here. So we'd be in this else branch. So the current press amount was 0. So this is false. We go to else. So we check. Maybe we don't set the aggregator event type in all cases. Boo. But we ask send all 0, all non-zero. A very select set of keys should always send events when their press amount is non-zero. Yeah. So I think send all non-zero is going to be true for the mouse wheel. So wheel aggregators would return true here. Yeah, so we should also take a flag about like adjustments. What if we didn't worry about send all non-zero? It would be an event that we return. Hold on. Let's try not to fall too far down the rabbit hole here, but who calls this? Okay, so if the event type is aggregator no event, we ignore it. Except for triggering dependent key presses. Okay. That's actually like a really important concept. Who else uses no event? Wait. Huh? Oh, derived key. Don't even get me started on derived keys. I'm now thinking how I could go about adding some way to paste images into the text file. Right now I have a slice of byte array where I store each character and the cursor moves in it and deletes inserts characters. My first thought was to change it to a slice of string, and in whatever cell I paste an image, I would do something like string with a width height path to image. Let the renderer figure out how to draw the image. Yeah? I guess as a text editor, if you were to kind of paste that image in there and then save the file, what would it look like in the file? Do you have like a smart format for embedding content and stuff, or would it just be like dump of bytes and then you're expected to load it back into the editor? Not unreasonable, but yeah. So no event is used kind of as this like default. See, and even if we do fix set press amount for a key, we haven't done it for a general derived key, which is like, what? Okay. Okay. So is this really the way we want to do this? Just decide event type. One thing we can do is we can just lean on the test, like to make the change that we think makes sense, and then hope to see if the test pass or not. Abra says, by the way, I appreciate the consistency on this project. I would have given up a long time ago. Yeah, I'm a stubborn bastard. Plusher says, right, there's no way to dump a slice of slice and go? Or sorry, a slice of string? I think Reflect could do it, but never used it. No, you can certainly get a sequence. You can do whatever serialization you like to encode your buffer or whatever you want to call it. But I was just curious if like you're trying to generate plain text files or if you're kind of have like a dot. It looked like a void editor. Like there was void in the thing, so like you could have like a dot void file that your editor knows how to make and edit. Um, but yeah, certainly Reflect could do it. Every time I've used the Reflect, I've been bitten by a few things, but it can do it. I think I have two modes. If it has an image, I'd be like that. Otherwise, just .txt. Yeah, that's a very reasonable thing. Um, I'm just thinking like, yeah, you'd have to have a slice of strings in general, and then uh, if it happens to be the case where each string is a single character, then it is text. And you just got to be careful about how you encode and decode. But yeah, like the event type should be decide the event type, man. Um, Now key state embeds the aggregator. So it should really be ks.aggregator. I mean, like the field's embedded, so typing that doesn't actually change it, but conceptually you're asking the aggregator, not the key state. And I'd much rather pass in an aggregator to this guy than a full-on key state. Aggregator. Pardon me. Uh, Abrador says, in what context did you learn Go? What was the hardest work experience, technical wise? I learned Go for working on. I mean, I tried to dabble with it a little bit beforehand, but like the first actual use of it, I would say, was uh, at the quantum computing company. We were doing a microservice architecture for handling job submission and kind of the user facing side of things. And so the back end was all these like Golang microservices that talk to each other. So I learned it in that context. Uh, the hardest thing, the hardest work I've done with Go has not been working with or around Go's features. It's been the dog's breakfast of code that exists in the project that I'm working on, and that's true of any project that's lived for more than a few months, really. Um, at least in my experience. Does that answer your question, Abradors? Okay, so we should really do, if cur press amount is 0 and ag.send all non-zero, return aggregator adjust. Otherwise, we might at the end return aggregator no event. At this point, there's no real event. We want to be sending back signal that this element. Yeah, sure. We all have an experience where you're not a junior anymore and you have some serious responsibility. Maybe you have a software in prod which is Garbo, but you're responsible for it. And you realize, hey, I can do whatever I want with this software at this point. Depends on what level you get to. most most businesses aren't going to be okay with you saying, I'm going to do whatever I want with it. Like, even if it is good for the product, you could pitch that you should spend a few sprints on improving testing, but at the end of the day, if the business doesn't see value in it, they shouldn't say go for it. Uh, so it's like anything, it's a trade-off. Um, so the new press amount was not 0, but if the current press amount is 0, then this is a press. Otherwise, new press amount is not 0. The current press amount is not 0. They might be the same. If send all non-zero, send all non-zero is like such a bad name. Did I get this wrong? Because this is saying the new amount is 0 and the current amount is 0. Uh, maybe this is like no event. Let's write what should be correct, and then this is not needed. Here's where we return adjust, I think. Yeah, I think I might pass on the image. I already did it once, but on the web, and the browser made it easy. I think I'll just implement tabs for multiple open files and it's ready to be used. Yeah? What am I doing here? If there was no change, it might be that we have to send all non-zero. Um, pardon me. Sorry, I'm still sick and it's doing my head in. Okay. If we had it up here, if cur press amount is equal to new press amount, nothing's really changing. But some keys need to report unadjust here anyways. So now, if the new press amount is 0, we're releasing. Now, the only time we return press, yeah, we should only return press if we're doing 0 to not 0. I think it makes more sense to handle the press first. Should only return release if we're transitioning from not 0 to 0. Otherwise, it's something like a 0.25 to a 0.75, right? If okay, so current press amount's not 0, new press amount's not 0, and they're not the same. So neither the key isn't released is sounds like an adjustment to me. All right. So then if we decide type thusly, do the test pass. Yes, that's good. That goes away. I never look at it again. And then, can I understand what this is doing? Nothing's really changing, but sometimes we need to check for that and return anyways. Cool. This makes sense to me. Yeah, what they had before did not. Um, rewrite some opaque. Rewrite for readability. I'm just trying to look at this and make sure that I'm kind of covering cases that they had covered. Um, I think I'm gonna lean in on the TDD and just be like, well, the tests are green, so we didn't break anything. All right. That being said, what does this mean? So when we look at our logs, the yeah, there was a press for x-axis, there was a press for y-axis, but we're looking for is mouse move, and that's going to be looking for the adjust type. So I think it's in my GUI test helper where I synthesize these events. Sorry. We should just use the event that comes back, no? Okay. Prefer to use the return event over one ourselves. Okay. Where else were we doing that? It doesn't look like we were. Um, we should make sure that there's adjustment events in here. Okay. So in synthesized, we should be able to find a mouse move. Okay. Uh, assert dot equal. Oh, this is a different assert right now. So there's a pattern I use where I shadow the package name with a little local variable, but I'm not sure I can do that for here. Because if I did, I wouldn't be able to reference the package again to make one. Pardon me. I don't know why my semantic completer is not complaining yet, but it's not. I guess this compiler is throwing it too far. And the expected value is aggregator.adjust. Okay, there won't be just one. If ev.primary key id.index is gin not equal to yeah, we expected an adjust, but we got a press. Okay. Test mouse moves should be aggregator adjust types. Okay, let's fix it. It's really in the synthesis, not in the real code. These moves. Now hold on, this isn't returning adjust. I guess the press amount no, I'm not sure. Forgive me, but I'm going to take a peek at the native code. Because it's kind of the source of truth here. When it's a wheel, x-axis, the press amount is the motion event.x for the x version, and the press amount is the y for the y version. So the first time you move it, the first time you move your mouse, the old state will have a press amount of 0. So it'll look like we're pressing, not moving. does it ever make sense to have a press or a release event for x-axis motion or y-axis motion? I can't think of a good way to make that make sense. And so maybe when we make keys that represent the x and y axis, they don't start with a press amount of 0. Um, I don't know why we wouldn't do it. We'll save that cleanup change for later. But at the end of the day, we're making a key state and we're giving it this aggregator. Um, we really ought to be using like a constructor for these things instead. But right here, if we said if ag type is, what is it, like aggregator type axis, yeah. Press and release don't make sense for these types of keys. So set the original press amount to non-zero. If we ever move to x equals 0, we might end up pressing. Yuck. Yuck. Let's green this test and then make sure to uh, add a test for making sure mouse moving to x equals 0 doesn't emit a release event if we're going with no press release for access type keys. All right. Yeah, and it's all done through this aggregator interface. Does that break if their original motion moves to 42? Maybe. Let's go to -1. Ugh. We have to do it this way right now. Will that work? If I say wheel aggregator, aggregator set press amount, um, we don't worry about it. Good. Last press, sure. Press amount, yeah. And then curve total will be 42. So this is like, how do we tell the aggregator that you're pressed, but I don't actually want to press you? Better yet, this. Yeah. Okay. Oh, yeah. We don't just willy nilly make this. We uh. Ugh. I want the. Yeah. All right. Hey, seg fault. So we'll deal with that when I get back. Need a quick break. Be right back. Does that look like a nil key? Yeah. This is the input object. This is the key. And it is nil. Get key by ID would have returned nil. Oh, we didn't assign. That's why they assigned it. I see. What if we did, if okay, return key, otherwise to this? General derived keys always get standard aggregator. Okay, fine. Hey, Gabe Smith Dev. Thanks for the follow. Welcome. How are you? Certainly feel free to ask any questions or spot any bugs. But yeah, we're still not getting adjust events when we're trying to synthesize these things. Um, my friend recently got me into Golang for backend. Nice. This is how would I describe this project? A long time ago, in a galaxy far, far away, there was a Kickstarter that uh, was promising a lovely turn-based strategy game set in a haunted house, and they got funded, but they didn't quite finish the game. And then that was like 12 years ago. And then 8 years ago, somebody posted on Reddit of like, what's going on with this project? It seems to have fallen over. Um, they posted all the source code online on GitHub, so that's nice. But even the original developers couldn't get it to compile, like to build. Um, so something was very wrong. Uh, and so they gave up. And I thought, I can probably make it build. I can probably fix. I know Go. I can do stuff. And yeah, I see why it didn't work because nothing works. But we're using test-driven development to try and pick up the pieces and get something going. Um, it might run right now. I forget if it will or not. But look at this. We can start it and we can like get a game kind of thing. Don't worry about all the reasons this is terrible and doesn't work, but like, ooh. I'm working on panning right now. Zooming kind of works, which is nice. But yeah, things can be done. So that's pretty good progress, I would say. But yeah, we're we're trying to work on the input system and get mouse moves to be sensible. Gabe says, "That's cool. I used to use Unity for game dev testing, but I started using SFML for graphics in C++. Noise, noise. Yeah, I'm not a game dev, so I'm also learning a lot. And they definitely didn't use any engine other than whatever they rolled for OpenGL. Um, so even at that, it's like really old OpenGL. Like it was old 12 years ago, kind of OpenGL, but uh, you know, we keep making progress, right? Eventually, we'll get somewhere. Um, but yeah, and unfortunately, I'm a little sick today, but hopefully I can power through. Yeah. So we're still getting we're still getting a press event. That is not what I would have expected. So the heck. I mean, we do call it s.press, don't we? So we say, give me the key for the key ID, and tell it it's this much pressed. Return that as a GUI event group. Set the mouse position on it. Um, oh yeah, we were logging the. Weren't we logging what we were getting back somewhere? Oh yeah, we were logging it over on the haunts side. We were logging the whole drag. Um, do you prefer using Vim over something like Visual Studio? Yeah. Back in the day, I got started on Eclipse, and I had all the key binds memorized and all that stuff. But once you go much further with it, it just kind of bogs down and gets terrible and slow. And maybe that's not true of VS Code, but it kind of soured me on IDEs in general. And then I kind of went full terminal mode, and Vim works in the terminal, so my fingers learned that, and I'm not going to be very productive otherwise. Um, but yeah, I kind of prefer to have my this integrated development environment, right? Like if I want to swap the compiler, I want to be able to swap the compiler. If I want to swap my editor, I want to swap my editor. If I want to swap lots of things, I feel like I can swap it easily in the terminal because I have the code that is my environment in a way I understand it. So it's a bit rambly, but long story short, I like Vim and I like working in the terminal because I think it's flexible. Um, but yeah, certainly I'm a proponent of use what works for you. Like wherever you're going to get your best work done, that's where you should be working. Uh, and it matters less what you pick so much than what you can do with it. Nice. I got Golang this week. Been very helpful for website backend. Nice. Very good. Um, so yeah, this is still a press here on these access keys, which is odd because oh, I shouldn't look at it in this window. All right, so at some point we gotta basically have a test for this guy. Um, if I do a wheel, or sorry, a x-axis key key set press amount, I ought to get an adjust. I should have a test that just asserts that. So let's do that. Um, calling keyset base amount. Okay, so like input dot get key by ID. No, we already have it. We have a reference to x-axis already. Key set plus amount. 42. Don't care. Dot timestamp. And then don't care. No event. Oh. Oh, there's no don't care event. Okay. Um, I mean, I guess I could just give it the zero value by not saying anything, but we'll do it that way. Um, okay. So assert equal result dot type adjust. Gabe, you said your friend got you into Go for backend. Um, were you normally on backend, or were you normally on front end, or curious what your kind of background is? Right. This is the test we should be iterating on. My old websites use PHP, so my friend bullied me until I switched. Well, I'm not very versed in PHP except to know that I don't want to use it. Oh, my understanding though is that it's gotten much better recently. Like the guardrails are there to not have the classic PHP blunders as much. Um, so wait, why did decide event type? We probably need a test for this guy, right? Maybe this should be like a in the aggregator package. I'll move it after. I'm gonna have to say primary event. Or no, it's just EVT type. It doesn't give us an event. Well, why bother? You can just say equal. Let's run just test decide event. I should make a macro for run the test under cursor or something. Okay, so that's good. And then uh, I don't like having um, multiple constraints exercised in one test. So I'm not going to mix and match which aggregator we're checking on. That being said, it's pretty copy-paste. So this should be adjust. Aha! Okay. Current press amount and new press amount should be equal here. And send all on zero should be true for a axis aggregator. Wait a minute. Send all on zero is true for a Wheeler aggregator, but not an axis aggregator. Was it supposed to be? My old websites use PHP. Yeah. Do you still use PHP? I think it was like Laravel is like the new hotness for PHP. I've heard good things, but I've not taken the dive or taken the plunge. And maybe it's not new hotness, but just kind of what people use nowadays. Okay, so here's a question: send all non-zero. Should an Axis aggregator send all non-zero press amounts? Yes. Yes, they should. Why? Why wasn't it before? Uh-huh. That might break other tests, but we're just trying to green this one test that we've got. Okay. That explains some things, but we're still failing. Set press amount on an axis key will return a mouse move. It looks like these are enums, but this expected is they adjust and we actually got to press, which is not what I want. Yeah. So let's look at this test. Gabe says, not anymore. Golang is just so much faster. That's good. Added shift arrow key selection. Easy. Oh, nice. Good job, Plusser. Easy peasy. Can you fix my stuff, though? Okay, so we said x-axis key set press amount. We don't care about what timestamp. We don't care about the event. The result should have been an adjust type event. Gabe says, I gotta go now. Have a good one. Thanks, Gabe. Thanks for stopping by and for the follow. Appreciate it. Or the subscription, no less. That's awesome. Thank you. Plusser says, I mean, PHP isn't slow unless you ran some old ass version, but even then. I mean, I don't care what language you use. Somebody can make it slow. uh, but certainly, like, with a language or a framework comes kind of an environment or a culture, I should say, of like what's important to these folks. Uh, you know, debuggability is important to some people. That it looks pretty is important to some people. That you can test it is important to other people. And you know, a lot of the times a language's kind of primary culture has a certain bend to it because that's where it got used, and that influences the bend of the language. And so the dependencies you end up using will have those assumptions baked in. Oh yeah, if it's WordPress, then probably why it would tend to be slow. Exactly. The culture of WordPress is if it loads, it's fine. People don't mind waiting 20 seconds for their recipe page to load and spam you with ads and make you scroll 15 pages down before you actually see what your ingredients are. All right. So yeah. All right, let's run the debugger because I don't understand why this would do what it's doing. Uh, what I need is a leader command to run the debugger, have it start the test that's under the cursor, and with a breakpoint where the cursor is. That would be really sweet. It might need some nastiness with respect to uh, where that test runs. Like I don't want to run in the Vim window, but I want it to run over on my terminal that I expect it to run in. But that's a problem for later. We're gonna run it. Yeah. So now we're gonna break on 193. We're gonna step in. We don't need to step into the login. Uh, this is an access aggregator. Yeah. Why was curpress amount 0? Is it because I did the thing wrong? Probably. I probably did the thing wrong. Um, pass. Okay. So yes, access aggregators need to send all non-zero. Um, this is its own little cleanup here. Um, improver at least for me. I think really there's a red step for adding that decide device, pardon me, decide event type. Um, I think that's a red step, right? Keybase. We are in red step. But yeah, it used to be doing a press, but it should be an adjust. The one. It's actually a no event, but it should be an adjust. We kind of did this in the wrong order. If TDD is to be, if we're to be dogmatic about TDD, but I don't care. There's another red step. Just make sure access keys report adjust. Uh, there we go. Let's rebase on top of main. Oh, wait, what? Oh, I guess I was expecting a conflict, but no conflict here. I'm gonna add this as well. Okay, and then it's wait, what? Oh, okay. Yeah. We rewrote the commit. So like stashy, oops, git log has 13f40df, as does this. It's just that we rewrote this commit. So I'm gonna move main to here. Look at that. All right. But this is the fix, right? Yeah. Fix. Make sure newly created access aggregators won't report press events on their first event. All right. we need this, but I'm gonna first move decide event to the aggregator package. Either that or, well, I'll move it to the aggregator package. I don't know if I want to put it as a method on the aggregator interface or not. But we moving. Okay. I want to put this in a new file. The base aggregator, the standard aggregator, axis aggregator, and the wheel aggregator. More realistically belong here. And then key stats. Yeah, I guess we will need to import things. Split out pieces from a overloader file. Okay, and then now, where does decide event type belong? Probably in type. I mean, this is like aggregator type? Yeah. Yes. And then Speaking of overloaded file, it's like Keybase or whatever, right? Come with me. Is there a way to get GoFumped to drop trailing new lines and trailing white space? I don't know. I wish. And we'll move the test over to the right place as well. Egger Gobber. Okay. Very good. Move. There's more coverage we can add to this, but right now I'm not worried about it. We can add coverage uh, as needed. What branch are we on? Ah. Alrighty. Let's push that. We do want this, don't we? Okay. It's probably a red test, to be honest. Well, what is the TDD approach to? I don't know if we have this feature or not. Emit release press 1, 2, position 0. So add is um, ag.set. I think we have a bug as well where uh, we need the previous one to be -1 as well. How would we exercise that? We get tripped up in wheel or axis aggregators. We compare against the row valued key stats of the prev. Frame. It depends on how we reinitialize this frame. But we'll deal with that when we deal with it. Okay, so we got an aggregator, and we're like, hey, go to somewhere. T1 is going to be like 13. T2 is going to be 18. So time 1. And no cause is oh. Huh? I guess the thing to do is go to 0. It's really like aggregator decide event type for current press amount, new press amount. Oh, uh, we already have an assert. We don't need to pass it into you. That's the first one. Yeah, so we're expecting adjustment. We got to press. We should also do from 42 to 0. Should be an adjust. This is really saying to me that it's the instance of the aggregator that should be deciding, not this like freestanding function. Uh, Even if you move to slash not emit this. All right, so before I lose the code in my clipboard, uh, it's always adjust. Like, this is the standard aggregator. Yeah. I'm just gonna call it this type right now, or this name. Oh yeah, the float source. And SA send all non-zero is always false. only ever emit adjust. Unless from press equals to press. No? No. Most keys will report press release adjust. There. Wow. The wheel axis should also only be adjust. No. Maybe yes. Uh, I'm just trying to think like should this be no event? I might have to think about this. If I'm a wheel and I'm scrolling, we actually, at least on X, we see, the middle mouse, or the scroll wheel button get press release, press release, press release as you scroll. You shouldn't see like 1 1. I'm just not gonna implement it. We'll use the base one, the base aggregator, the standard aggregator, because I think that's gonna do the right thing for us. Why was Wheeler aggregator sending all non-zero events? I bet it didn't ever find 0 events. Hey, we got rid of the sentinel non-zero, the poopy version of things. We might refactor this away, but for now, this is a green step. Key states embed an aggregator, and so they can uh, delegate to it. I think I prefer to call it out though. I wish this wasn't embedded, but I mean, I guess that's where the curve press amount, frame press amount are declared. This doesn't need to exist. This is refactor mode, by the way. The aggregator package doesn't need a decide event type. It's declared on the aggregator instances. Cool. All right. Did it? Fixed it? Maybe later. I need lunch. I'm gonna go get it. Be right back. Did I just hear a Discord? I don't think the audio for um I think I've muted my desktop audio, but have included my microphone and my audio player, so you guys wouldn't have heard the Discord. Let me check real quick. Discord says there's like 6 things I need to. Oh, there's these random channels I never look at have posted. There. Now it doesn't have 6 notifications. Okay. Hey, look, it's different now. Okay. Hey. Except it shows me there's a bug. Where we're changing the. We need to reinterpret the mouse movements in terms of the screen, not the board. But I'll show you what I mean. If I go to the right, it moves it down and to the left. Also, we're not setting the target. Maybe not what we want. See if that helps. That's almost nice. Um, the problem is we still need to uh, translate a delta from screen space to board space. See, these are X, Y in terms of the board. I think we want to keep it that way, because that way scripts and things can tell you to focus on a certain aspect with respect to the board. And it's up to us in here to do the translation. Um, what, pray tell, do we get to use to apply a matrix to a vector? Eh? What? Is there a document online about this? Was it maybe on the vector type? Oops. Hmm. I'm pretty sure I have examples in the code base somewhere. Where was it? Perspective or something? Oh, transform. So you say vector dot transform on matrix. Okay. Mhm. Now is that a thing where it writes it? Yep. Okay. Flow 32. Target X. See how that does. Hmm. We might need to slow it down a little bit. Hmm. What? That's not right. What? Hmm. What? Uh, I don't want to touch W though. What? All right, let's not be fancy. Uh, I can type. I don't want to type. Maybe we should just use the window to board thing. The spaghetti code is nuts. Added memory hog snapshots for undo redo and ended up going in like 30 different places to make sure I take snapshot reset the stack on appropriate actions. Yeah, but I'm almost done with everything I wanted to implement, so I got away with it. For better or for worse, yeah. I wouldn't have thought that we'd have to do this way. Also, this doesn't need to be on the house viewer, right? Neither of these do? It needs the floor, I guess. Needs this matrix. Okay. Let's see here. We could get away with house viewer state here. I would imagine. Dot. We want Maybe? Why is this font not totally broken the way it is over here? I don't know. We'll look at it later. But it might just be like raw images there. No! It like frigs off to the nether regions. Okay. Okay, that's a little bit more reasonable, except we keep going to the. That's funny. Why can't I drag here? I guess this isn't a house viewer. What does target X get set to at the start? Huh. This is. What is this saying? This is saying that there's some vector that is the floor X, the floor Y, the like current position of the viewer. V is the target X, the target Y. we subtract them, we scale it down, and we add it to f. So whatever fx was, add a little bit in the direction of target x. Whatever fy was, add a little bit in the direction of target y. And then set them. Yeah. This is like a small move towards the target. Okay. So what is this doing? This target x, target y is in board coord world space. Lol, tried to open a 100 megabyte random generated file. My editor is using 800 megabytes now. Been 200 plus seconds, and the file still isn't open yet. Allocated over 260,000 rows so far. I definitely got something wrong. Well, if it's 800 megabytes, you don't know how. Well, I guess you'd expect a new line once every 255 bytes. So it should be 800 megabytes over 256 should be how many rows you'd get. Um, but yeah, 800 divided by 256 is less than 260. Yeah, checks out. Or no, 800 megabytes divided by 256 would be, well, let's just do the math. 800 times 1024 times 1024, right? Divided by 256. So you should expect about 3.2 million lines. Does that make any sense? If assuming your lines are split on new line. Or sorry, that 800 megabytes is how much memory you're using. 100 megabytes. Uh, so, okay, 409,000. I closed it at 1.4 gigabytes of usage. Going to try a 10 megabyte file. The 10 megabyte one only takes around 300 megabytes when opened. Yeah, certainly make the small case work, and then once that's nice, you can worry about testing with bigger files to push the limits and scale. Um, but yeah, the snapshotting is crazy with big files. Guess it's an optimization for another time. Well, the tester's still broken, but um, hold on. Okay, I don't understand why the only change we get out is like increase the x and that we can't get a negative. Oh, also, it should be this. I got these backwards. Do I? No, I had it right, I think. Because it's like destination minus source to go. That's interesting. Because even when I flip this, it's always going up. I think it's just the relocation and or reallocation and copying over since I'm using a buffered reader. Yeah, snapshotting is crazy with big files. Actually, I'm not sure where the memory's going, right? Because like the buffering of it is less about having a buffer kicking around and that persists and more about when it does a read, it fills a whole buffer instead of only requesting one character at a time. And then most character gets, you don't have to go to a syscall or very far, so it should be quicker. The bottom two functions, grow text grid and grow text grid columns. I mean, you're doubling, right? So you should only need log of size reallocations. Uh, if we're doing it right. Check bounds. I guess cursor.checkbounds will Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. If c.y is more than editor rows. And like this is just number of rows pointer copies. So that shouldn't be too bad. Like I guess you got a lot of rows is still going to take a long time, but like each row shouldn't take much time. Have you run this through a profiler? Let's look at this one. Um, Again, well, now you're going to need log of width times number of rows allocations, I think. Thought the Go profiler was only for web apps. Um, no. The It depends on what you're talking about. So like when I say the profiler, maybe I should say a profiler, like perf on Linux or pprof through like the Erlang packages. And then I think although it does expose a web interface so that you can read your data, I don't think it actually requires you to have your application in a web server. If I understand it. The only other thing to think about is like instead of having a slice of slice of byte, you could have just one flat slice, um, and then just do math to know where your rows and columns begin and end. Though it will slow down your uh, would it slow down your no, it wouldn't slow down your grow text grid by columns more than it already is. You could get fancy about like yeah, we shouldn't uh, pontificate too much on what is slow about this or what is using up the memory in this until you profile. Like it's almost always a complete shocker. It's really hard to just know what it's gonna do a priori, especially because the profiler is gonna tell you what it is instead of we have to guess. Maybe it's this, maybe it's that. It can tell you what it is and the order of magnitude. But yeah. So I guess so. I would look at this, and I think it's like the viewer for the profile data is a web app, but um, the data is just data. You can like write it to a file. What was I doing? I was trying to understand why this is one didn't get affected by swapping the the sign on them. Um, that moves everything down and to the left. Wouldn't doing it the reverse move everything up and to the right? Well, I guess I can do it more easily by. Yeah, that's wild that swapping the signs on this would not change the direction. This doesn't make sense to me. What the heck? Ugh, I'm getting tired here. Hmm. Okay, that kind of makes sense in that diff x and diff y are small because we're looking at every event that comes in and comparing it against basically the last event that came in. Cursor.enter takes up all the memory. Surprising. uh, I don't think I have the code for cursor.enter, but it's like if you see a new line, go to the next row and go to the start of the column. Row text grid. Move profile of the CPU as well. Yeah. Oh, I see. Like if you've loaded a file and you've set the cursor to somewhere in the middle and you hit enter, move the tail of the current line to a new line. Yeah. And then editor rows. Oh, what might happen? No, this will reallocate the memory. Uh, yeah, so as expected, cursor enter takes all memory and cursor insert all CPU. Not sure if I'm doing too many bounds checks. I think the memory wastage is at the make slice of byte editor column since I just append a lot of zeros. Yeah. Uh, like if I have a very big line, then all of them have to be that size. Yeah. That's definitely gonna spend memory that you don't need to spend. Uh, yeah, it's like the allocations here, right? Yeah. I don't know. I'd probably want to look at the profile stuff to really dig into it. But yeah, like I'd imagine there's things you can do about like I'm just thinking. Like here we do editor rows allocations of the same size of memory. Um, you can just do one allocation of all the bytes and then set your slice of slices to chop up that one kind of backing slice. The other thing I'm thinking of is if you had a way to look up how long line n is, you could only grow that line as needed. It would be another int per line, but you'd probably save that easily. I mean, depending on how deep you want to go, you could have like just a pool, right? Like a byte pool, and you can have like an allocator, deallocator, and you can ask it for lines of length whatever, and it searches what it's got for uh, a way to satisfy that request, and then you can return them if you want. But it could like know that when I go to double a line, right? If I have two lines of the same length right next to each other, I just have to copy that second line out and mark it as 0 and bookkeep how that first line is. Um, but yeah, certainly like the one very large line makes your memory explodorate. So that's probably going to help to cut down. Where was I? But yeah, like for me, let's run this again. Wait a minute. It's trying. This is the real game, seeing if you can get it to pan the way you want. It's like stuck. Huh. What's the mouse position? if we scribe out the right glyph, we can pan to the thing, but this is obviously very broken. Oh, why would it always tend towards the same point? Oh, that's interesting. Uh, you don't want to zoom to 0. Yeah. All right. I think that's about it for today. Um, what did we do? We did stuff. We we've made real progress on panning. We can actually see events come through. Yeah, you're very welcome, Cluster. Anytime. Um, but yeah, things are weird because making the same motion applies different adjustments depending on I don't know what. Uh, so it's kind of weird. There's ghosts in this code. Is the long and the short of it. It's very very fitting. But yeah,